How much? Do you know how much are they? Are they expensive? Easy.
The only downside with it is when, for example, now when you look at because I use my phone, right, and then I use the receiver, and I plug it into my phone.
Oh, you can't use the charger.
Yes. So at some point it will be low battery, and then you might face issues. But besides of that, the thing is that super battery life, and yeah, I normally have my iPhone, my iPad with me, so I can then switch the devices.
Yeah, you probably just need like a double adapter, like the thing.
Perfect. We have to turn you on. And then do you also want to know light effect?
No. I just talk.
You just talk. Nice.
Yes, better. It's way better.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2. Today, we will talk about, this is very loud. We will talk about programs. We have André from Turbine here. He's an amazing teacher. I hope you can get to know him more because he's really, really good and he helped us all a lot already. Yeah, I don't have so much to say today because they are running the show. Have fun. Make sure you deploy your first program today. And then, yeah, enjoy. Give him a
For the ones that were not here, shame on you guys, because today is going to be boring. Yesterday, that's how this workshop is going to run, right? Yesterday was amazing. Today is boring. Tomorrow it's Leo, so don't even bother. For the ones that don't know me, my name is André. I've been a teacher and developer at Solana Turbine. I had the pleasure to work with Leo in there. I'm a super team UA member as well, and it's my second day as well as a DevRel now at Metaplex, where I work with Leo again. So for today, we'll be covering some Rust concepts. How many in here are already familiar with Rust? Hands up, if anyone. All right, this will be fun. We're going to go really high level. We're not going to go deep in it. This is not a Rust workshop. Then we'll go into Anchor. We're going to have a deep dive in Anchor. Again, we're not going to go into much details, but we're going to cover different aspects of Anchor. After that, we'll cover a little bit of SPL tokens, since we'll be using it in our first program to create ATAs, and then we will create our first program. The way this will work is myself and Leo will be guiding you guys through a small SPL token vault. We have a template for it. We'll code it, and afterwards, we would like for you guys to code it. During the afternoon, we will be here to assist you. Myself, Leo, Lucas is somewhere around, hiding for sure. There he is. We'll be here around to help you guys going through it. All right, let's start with some Rust concepts. First thing that we need to talk when we talk about Rust is about ownership and ownership rules. They are basically a set of rules that the Rust compiler will enforce in order to be able to create a memory management that is actually safe and reliable performance-wise. The really good thing about this ownership is actually enforced at compile time. I don't know if you guys have any backgrounders of C or C++, where you're always running into runtime errors. Here, it will be prevented by enforcing everything at compile time, and as well, that removes the overhead of a garbage collector that you have in another programming languages. This ownership system, basically, it's built on top of three basic rules, which is each value in Rust has one owner. There can be only one owner at a time, and when the owner goes out of scope, the value will be dropped. An example of this is, imagine that you're running your main function and you have a variable x that you just initialized in your main function. Then you'll pass that variable inside another method that you're calling inside. Let's call it method y. Once that method y is over, you're not going to be able to access again your variable x in your main function because you just gave the ownership of it to another method, and once that method goes out of scope, all the values that it took ownership of will as well be dropped. And that takes us to references and borrowing. Again, if you're familiar with C and C++, you can look at this as pointers and C and C++. A reference is basically a pointer to a memory address where a value of a specific variable is stored. In Rust, you can use references to refer some value without actually taking ownership of that. It allows you to create performant programs without having the overhead of passing the ownership back and forth. However, it's Rust, right? So the compiler will be stubborn and will give you like a lot of rules on top of this. First of all, they are immutable by default. What does this mean? You're not going to be able to change by default a value that is behind the reference. You'll need to be explicit about it, saying this reference is mutable in order to be able to change any value behind that. You'll be able to have as many as immutable references to a value that you want, but you can only have one mutable reference at a time. You can see that it will prevent some kind of data races if you have a multi-threading program to actually prevent your program to change the same value at the same time. That can actually lead to some kind of unexpected behavior. Again, if you have an immutable reference, you cannot have a mutable reference as well. Still going in this immutable by default, it's not only to references. In Rust, if you declare a variable, they are by default immutable. And that goes a little bit against what you're used to the majority of your programming languages. When you actually declare a variable, it's mutable, right? And if you want to make it immutable, you actually need to be explicit about it by creating a const, for instance. In Rust, that's not how it works. You can see here on the left-hand side, if you just declare the variable my number as 10 and you try to increment it, the compiler will just not let you do it. The way to do it will be looking at the right side. You need to specifically say, this variable is mutable, it's taking the value 10, and I actually want to increment the value of it. And then the compiler will let you do it. Now let's talk a little bit about structs. Structs are one of the main ways in which data is organized in Rust. They allow you to create your own type, and they're actually the main way that you will represent and account state data on Solana. Once you start using Anchor, you'll be using structs like a maniac. In here, you can see this vault struct will actually represent a vault account that will have a owner, auth bump, a vault bump. Bumps are more related to PDA. We'll get into that in a bit. And the scorer. Then Anchor, and we'll see that in a bit as well, will actually allow you to use an account macro on top of this struct that will actually implement a serialization, deserialization on this struct in order for you to be able to serialize it properly. Leo, do you want to add anything regarding Rest? No?
Okay.
And that leads us to Anchor. What is Anchor? Anchor is a framework for Solana that provides several developer tools. Basically, the goal of Anchor is to help you making Solana programs easier. It doesn't mean that it's the best thing in the world, but I think it's a really good entry point for someone that wants to learn how to program on Solana. It gives you an IDL specification. Basically, it's a JSON file that will help. It will help you on the client side. So trust me, your front-end colleague will help you. It will help you. No, it will thank you because he will not have to care about serialization of deserialization of data on the client side, and it actually makes the interaction with your program easier from the client side. It gives you a CLI and a workspace management. We'll have a look at the CLI in a bit. And it gives you AVM, which is Anchor Version Manager. So you can actually keep your Anchor version up to date, and you can actually switch between versions. I still do have a lot of programs in different Anchor versions, probably but for backward compatibilities with different dependencies. So having AVM is actually a really good help just to go and switch between those versions. Anchor CLI. So Anchor will provide you commands that will help you create and manage programs. These are just some examples in here. And there are like a lot more, but will be basically the ones that you'll be using the most once you start now your career. Anchor init will just create a new workspace, initialize that program for you. Anchor build will build all the programs that you have in your workspace. If you have more than one, you can actually specify which one you want to build. Anchor test will run your test scripts, and Anchor deploy will deploy all the programs that you have in your workspace. Again, if you have more than one, you can actually be specific about which one you want to deploy. You can get the full list of it by typing Anchor help, and I actually advise you to do it because there are like so many things in this Anchor CLI, and as you progress, you'll see that you will use a lot of them, like to skip your local validator if you're running it like separately, etc. Now, Anchor goodies, because you can ask me like, André, yeah, that's pretty cool, but what does actually Anchor gives me? It's a really good abstraction layer that makes building instructions way easier and adds security checks. If you're writing a native Solana program, you'll have to create all the security checks yourself. If you want to see if an account is initialized or not, if it's the correct program ID, you need to do that by yourself because you'll be dealing with unchecked accounts. You don't need to worry about serialization or serialization of instructions or state because Anchor will use Borsch under the hood and will take care of that for you. Again, you don't need to write if statements to perform checks because you'll be able to do all this just with constraints over your accounts. It will simplify account creation, again, with macros, closing accounts, CPIs, and it has as well an Anchor version of the SPL token program, which makes it, again, easier to interact with the program. I'll skip the IDL for now. Context. So context is actually where you're going to provide your non-argument endpoints to the program. It will take in a struct for the instruction being called. In this case, we have the context initialize, and in here, inside that context, you will be able to see the program ID, the current executing program ID, the deserialized accounts that you have inside your context, the remaining accounts, and the bumps. Remaining accounts are extra accounts that you can pass in that are not part of your context. However, Anchor will not perform any kind of checks in this account. So these accounts are totally unchecked accounts, and you'll need to perform, as you're writing a native program, you'll have to perform the checks yourself in your program. So I will always say, unless you really need it or you know what you're doing, don't use remaining accounts. And in the end, you have bumps, which is basically all the bumps that are found once you are creating a PDA. We're going to PDAs in a bit as well. Derived accounts. So inside your context, you'll be able to use derived accounts, which will basically implement in a deserializer in your struct. Inside there, then you can use the account macro that will actually, it will represent a Solana account, and then it will allow you to use different constraints in your account. Another useful macro that I'm not really sure we're going to use it today, most likely no. It's the instruction one, which actually allows you to access instruction arguments inside of the account constraints. And talking about account constraints, want to talk a little bit about this, Leo, account constraints?
Yes. So
Just because you might get rid of my Portuguese accent, so let's bring an Italian accent to the table.
So we're not gonna see a lot of account constraint this time around in this example probably. But for example, we make it easier, very easy for example to signal an account as a signer. So for example, since everything needs to be at compile time, the account needs to be specific to be a signer or specific to be immutable, for example. And this is exactly what all the account constraint does. For example, in this occasion, we see the signer. We can do in two different ways. First of all, it's like signaling that the account needs to be a signer, or we can just say that this account is a signer as down below. And but there are other constraints like
basically what you could see here, like I usually, and I think that you do as well, I usually use the signer as a type, but imagine that you have more than one signer in your transaction. So it can be actually useful to use as a constraint account signer because you can actually add custom errors if you use that constraint. So if you want to specify like, okay, I might have an error in signer A or B, then it can be useful to use that constraint. However, if you're having only one signer, I personally tend to use the type signer. Yeah. Mutable, as Leo was saying, and guess what? That's how Rust works. Everything is immutable by default. So your accounts are immutable by default as well. So if you want to check or that an account is actually mutable, you need to declare it as mutable with the mute constraint. For instance, if I want to send some SPL tokens or sol from my account to Leo's account, I need to mark my account as mutable and Leo's account as mutable because there will be a change of state in my account. I'm going to change the amount of lamperts that I have in my account, and Leo will be, unfortunately, receiving lamperts in his account. In it, this is actually, I could say from my opinion, and probably you will agree, it's one of the best macros that Anchor has because it will create a really nice abstraction layer for you. This is used to initialize an account. So as you can see in here, we are using account init. By doing init, it will mark that account straight away as mutable. Then we use a different constraint, which is payer. And we are actually saying who is the person or the account that will pay for the initialization fees of that account. In this case, I could make this better, right? Payer equals payer, but basically what we're doing is saying that the payer is actually the account payer that we have down below. And then the space, it's basically the space that your account will take on the blockchain. In this case, the space of our account is 16, but the data that we're storing is only 8 bytes. The first 8 bytes is actually what we call the anchor discriminator. It's like extra 8 bytes that Anchor will take in order to index your account properly. Then again, if you look at the payer account, it's marked as mutable. Anyone wants to try to guess why it needs to be mutable in this case? Good. So basically, we mark it as mutable because since that account is the payer, so it will be paying for the initialization fees, there will be lamperts deducted from that account. Therefore, it needs to be mutable because there will be a change of state of that account. And every single time that we initialize an account, we need to pass in the system program. The system program is a program responsible for the initialization of any Solana account. Even if what we are trying to do is initializing an account that's owned by our program, we still need to pass in the system program. Basically, the system program will initialize the account and then transfer the ownership of that account to our program. So you can see all this is done just with this small macro.
Question?
Yes.
If it was without the anchor, how big would it be or how different would it look like?
A lot different. Basically, you'll have to perform a cross-program invocation to the system program. It will be a lot of line of codes, a lot of interaction with the system program that with this macro, Anchor will do everything for you.
And is it the hashtag that starts the...
Yeah, the hashtag starts every macro on Rust. So basically you're saying, okay, this macro is like the account macro that will take all those constraints inside, that constraint to initialize, then, okay, who is the payer, who is the space. Every single time that you use init, you actually will need to specify the payer and the space, otherwise the composer said, no, you still need to specify these ones. Init if needed. I'll pass it this one with you. Yeah?
Okay.
All right. So init if needed, it's basically, it has the same functionality of the init, but will actually check if the account already exists or not. So if the account already exists, it will not initialize it, but will still perform the appropriate checks. If the account does not exist, will actually initialize it for you. This is actually pretty useful when you're dealing with ATAs, which are like associated token accounts. We'll see that in a bit as well, which is basically an account that will tell how many SPL tokens of a certain mint you own. That's the way that Solana works. For instance, if I want to send Leo some USDC, I'll need to find his associate token account, which is derived from his wallet address and the USDC mint. And I need to see if it exists or not. If it doesn't exist, I can initialize it for him and send him SPL tokens. If you basically open your Phantom wallet and you see all of a sudden you have those million tokens in there that you have no idea where they're coming from, that's actually what's happening. Someone, it just created an ATA for you based on your public key and their mint. They initialize their account for you and just send you some tokens. Does that harm you? Not at all. It can be annoying just being scrolling all those lists of tokens down. Another constraint has one. We're most likely not going to be using this one, but it's nice to know. I use it quite a lot, to be honest. It just checks if the target account matches the key that is stored in the account struct. So if you look at this, you're using the has one equals authority. So what's going to do is it's going to go inside your data account and we'll check if there is any field inside your account that is called authority. If there isn't, it will fade straight away. If there is a field called authority, it will actually check that the value of that field is exactly the same as the address of the authority account. If it fails, your transaction will fail straight away as well. Address will basically check that the target account key matches a specific public key. So in this case, we are making sure that we are just checking if the address of that account is actually equals to our program ID, and you can as well use custom error codes with it. And now that's going to take us to one of the most fun and complicated things in Solana. All right, another constraint that you have is seeds. It will check that an account is a PDA of the current program derived from specific seeds. Anyone in here has any idea what is a PDA? Program derived address. Yeah. Do you have any idea what's special about a PDA?
Everything is an account. PDAs are specific kind of account.
True. All right, perfect. Okay, so in this case, we are using the seeds. We're just saying, okay, let's just make sure that this address of this account is derived from that seed. In this case, it's other seed, and our program ID. You can actually specify different program IDs, as you can see in the second constraint. We're saying seeds program equals other program. This will make more sense now that we talk about PDAs. So PDAs stand for program-derived addresses. They are making of seeds and a bump. I'll try not to go too technical in here. Stop me if I'm going too technical. But every key pair in Solana lives inside this elliptic curve called the ED25519 elliptic curve. Already going too technical, right?
Too technical.
All right, straight away. So which means this, when you create a keeper, it lives inside that curve, means that every public key has a corresponding private key. A PDA is basically an address that lives outside that curve. So you give a seed for it. Let's try to derive an address based on this seed and the program ID. And if the resulting address is inside that curve, it will add a bump. The bump is just, it's a U weight that will start at 255, basically the maximum number that the U weight can have, and it will be decremented until it can bump that address out of the elliptic curve. What do you get from getting that address out of the elliptic curve? That public key will have no corresponding private key. So you just have an address that doesn't have a corresponding private key. So what happens is that actually it unlocks one of the most powerful things that you can have on Solana, which is your program will be able to sign on behalf of that account just by using the seeds which was derived from. It's actually really good if you want to create hash maps. Imagine if you want to store, let's say, data from your user. Imagine that you're creating a game. You can use the word game and your user public key to derive an address. So you're creating kind of an hash map, and then if you want to do any operation where you want to sign with that account, you don't need a key pair to do it. Your program will be able to sign on behalf of that, and Solana real time will just make sure that, okay, is it derived from the seeds that is in that constraint that we saw before? Perfect. Is it derived from the program ID that is actually trying to sign? Yes, perfect. And it will allow you to do it. Want to add anything on PTIs?
Just to
I know you wanted to.
just to dumb it down, it's just imagine this.
What are you?
No, just to dumb down the concept of PDA.
Oh, really? Okay.
Sorry. Pretty much it's just imagine the possibility of not needing any keeper. Like keeper sucks for consumer. Like people hate keeper because you need to store it, you need to learn how to not leak it and everything. If you use a PDA, it's very, very easy because you don't need to remember anything because the keeper doesn't actually exist. You just need to remember the seeds. You need to trust the program to sign only the transaction that you actually want. And this is pretty much what is behind, for example, application like squads, multisig, and like in general account abstraction. So yeah, as a concept from like a consumer standpoint, it's like a very, very easy way that you can power consumer-facing application without having to rely on actually a keeper.
Yeah, it's basically if you don't want to expose a keeper, your program can do all this signing for you. All right, now you're gonna step in here because we have a Q&A. This is our high-level overview of what Anchor can do for you, and some things that you will have to take into consideration when you're dealing with Rust. Trust me, we're going to be running into these borrowing issues all the time. We still do all the time, and we're fighting the compiler every single time. But you know that when your program compiles and when you actually deploy it, you're not going to run into any runtime error. If there is any error, you made the error while you were coding your program. Any questions that you guys might have from what we spoke before? Or are you guys that lost? Go ahead.
Is there any place I can see the different accounts that Solana can have? Because everything is an account, but not all accounts are equal, right? There are different accounts for different tasks.
The main difference, account is only one thing. The Anchor simplified the thing by by naming the account in a way that you can actually call them. So it's like everything is an account, and accounts are completely the same, but account can be signer, account can be data, account can be derived in a certain way. And so what Anchor does is just tell you, making it more readable and just telling you, yeah, this is the way that this account will behave this way, because this will be a signer account. But accounts are completely the same under the hood.
Exactly. As I said before, like if you pass in as remaining accounts, they will not have any kind of check. So it will just be an account info, which is basically the type of that every account is, that will have a Boolean saying if it's initialized or not, if it's a signer or not, and the data in there. So in reality, they are just the same. The thing that Anchor will do for you is actually implement that serializer and deserializer based on the structs that you have and make it in a readable format for you. That's something that you need to do yourself if you're creating a native Solana program. So the accounts are just the same. What will change in the accounts is actually the data that is stored on chain. But the structure of an account is pretty much the same. And it's a thing that Anchor will actually abstract for you.
And then every account got a different task that it's the best to do. There are many, and I got a bit lost with all the accounts and all the different actions.
The
Can
action,
I just read it somewhere?
the action of the account, it depends on the program that it's actually using that account, right?
I also have no experience with Rust.
This is not even specific with Rust, right? It's more with the Solana programming model, which is like this account programming model that it takes some time to take a grasp on, and even PDAs. I remember when I started looking at PDAs, I was like, what the hell is this? And 2 weeks later, oh, I know this. The next day, no, I don't know this. And it took me a while. And even the account programming model took me a while. But accounts are just the same thing with different data. And then it's based on your program, how you're going to use that account. I can only modify data of an account that I'm the owner of. So if I pass you an account of my program, you cannot change the data of it. Only I can change the data of it. But the struct of the account is pretty much the same. Then each program gives the functionality or the utility to the account that they need to perform a task. Yes.
And once the account is set, will you change the responsibility of the account?
You can change, you can resize the account if you want to. Your program will be upgradable, right? So you can change the methods that actually access your account. So if you have a method that will take an account and just increment a counter, if you then want to increment that counter by 5, you just need to change the code of it because your program has ownership of it. You can do it. You can resize your account as well. If you want to add more space, you just need to pass in more lamperts for it, and you can resize it if you want to add any more variables to it. So basically, you can see it as long as you have authority over it, you'll be able to adjust it in size and functionality as well. That's a good thing of having an upgradable program. If you actually want to change any kind of functionality, you can just redeploy your program with the same program ID with no issue whatsoever.
Yeah, and just to add something, to come back to even to the ownership concept, is like the behavior of an account is governed by the program that is that account is on. So, for example, if I change the ownership of an account from like the system program to the token program, now the token program has the ability to pretty much determine how that account behaves. And if I then change it, for example, to my own program, now my own program governs the behavior of that account.
With the PDA, if you don't have a private key, is security a concern or?
I wouldn't see it as a security concern, right? Because a PDA will be derived from a program ID as well, right? Okay. So basically, the only program that will be able to sign on behalf of that account will be your program. And Solana runtime will actually make sure of it because you'll have that address, right, and those seeds. And Solana runtime will say, okay, those are the seeds, perfect. And now let's add the program ID and see if it results in the same address. If it does, perfect. If it doesn't, the transaction will fail. So the security issue might be if in your program, if you don't do it properly and you allow anyone to run a command and whatever. But in the address itself, no, because only your program will be able to sign on behalf of this. You cannot have any PDAs colliding with PDAs from other programs, again, because it will take the program ID as a seed as well. Yeah.
So basically, program ID should not be shared with others or something like that?
No, you can. As long as you have the safety measures on your program, the security checks for that. You can imagine I can have a program for a vault that has a PDA that will send on behalf of that, but I can use an address constraint saying only this address can call this method. And by that, you're adding like already a security layer on that.
Yeah, because the account can only be like the account can only be changed inside of the instruction itself. So it's like it needs to be an instruction that is called by the program that it's owned. And at the same time, it's like it's not a security measure to not show like how the seeds are derived. Actually, the seeds usually are known for everybody because it's an easier way to get like all the data on chain. So for example, if I want to know your position on Drift or Jito, I know your public key, I can just look that up. And it's actually super, super helpful for me as well.
Yeah, you can look as I was saying regarding the ATAs, right? The ATAs are just a PDA that are owned by a security token program. That doesn't mean that I can do whatever I want with it. I cannot. They will have an authority, and if that authority is not a signer of it, I cannot do anything regarding that.
And another follow-up
Yeah.
basic question on what are seeds when you talk about PDA?
Yeah, seeds are basically what will be used to derive that address. So it's used to deterministically derive an address, right? Imagine that if you have different accounts in your program, and imagine that, again, you're creating a game, and in your game you'll have a player and you'll have a world, right? And you can have like different worlds, right? So what you can use is use those seeds to deterministically create an address. If I want to create a player for Leo, I'll use the word player, and then I'll use Leo's public key. That will be the seeds that I'm going to use to derive an address. On top of that, then Anchor will calculate the bump, and that will result in an address. And with that, it's really nice for you on the client side. Imagine Leo connects his wallet. You already know, okay, let's use this address. Let's put it with the word player, and you already know his address, and you can pass it into your program.
Yeah, and just to add, it's like I like to think about seeds as like recipe. So it's like if you think about it, to create a cake, you already know what's needed there. You just need to combine everything, and the cake will appear. And like the bump, I like to say it's like the pinch of salt. You have to take you don't know how much is it, but you know that you have to add it based on like how the cake is.
You can tell straight away that he's Italian, right? Like, everything converges to food.
Guys, the pinch of salt. The pinch of salt.
Food. Like I think of this as a cake, not pasta. At least it's a cake, not bad. All right, we only have a few more slides. SPL token program used to create fungible and non-fungible.
Tomorrow.
Like what you're going to see in the next slides, he's going to ruin your life tomorrow and mine. So when you're creating an SPL token, first you need to create a mint. A mint, again, it's just an account, right? But with different data that will be owned by a specific program. And there are a few arguments that you can provide for it. It's like the mint authority, basically the address that will be able to increase the supply of that token on chain. The freeze authority, the address that will be able to freeze the new minting of new tokens. And the decimals, basically the decimals that your token will have. The SPL token library will provide you a function called createMint that will create this mint account, initialize it for you. You will pass in your connection, the payer, and will actually initialize a mint for you. We have that on our program. We will be able to see that. And again, then once a mint account is created, we will be able to create token accounts for it, and that will lead us to the ATA. What the token account does, it keeps track of a token balance, and it's linked to a single mint account. So again, ATAs, one of the most used PDAs that will create this deterministic token account because it will be derived from a certain wallet address and a mint address. And inside that account, you will keep track of the token balance. Again, if someone wants to send me, imagine that Leo wants to send me his Leo token or his spaghetti token, let's call it like that. He needs to get my wallet address and the address of his spaghetti token. We'll use that as seeds to derive that ATA. We'll initialize it. And and send me that. So if you can see, it's really deterministic, and it makes it really easy for you to know if someone has a particular token or not. If I want to know if any of you has the spaghetti token, I just need your wallet address. You give me your wallet address, I get the spaghetti token address, I derive the account, and I'll say, okay, does this account exist? Perfect. What's the amount of tokens that it's inside that account?
And it makes it super, super easy, for example, to just not like double the account that you actually use. Because, for example, it could happen that like I could send this token to like a random token account that is owned by André, and André will still be able to withdraw them and transfer them around. But at the same time, it's like now I have maybe 4 or 5 different token accounts, and it makes it not hard, but like it makes it not convenient to pretty much trade it. So associated token program was like the solution to make like a general experience and make it very, very easy to work with accounts.
It makes it like really deterministic, right? Otherwise, that's what we were discussing yesterday. We'll have to fetch all the token accounts, see who was the owner of that token account. Oh, it's actually this address, and then you could see actually the balance of it. By having the ATA, it's deterministic from the wallet address. That's it. There is no overhead trying to see who owns a certain token. You guys are already, could you tell that we already did this together, but online? All right, so this will be everything for the slides. So we will take, I would say, a 20-minute break, then so you guys can digest this information. Go ahead.
There was one question in the stream.
Okay.
Can you see the stream actually?
I cannot see. I can in a bit.
You can now.
No, I can. No. Right here.
It's in the comments.
Leo, you want to take this one? Go ahead.
Can I change the owner of the PDA? In other words, is the ownership of a PDA mutable? Yes, you can change. You can change the ownership of a PDA because a PDA actually could be a system program, could be an ATA, could be a token account, could be even, but that then is like the instruction that like it cannot the transaction that contain that PDA can only be signed inside of the program that owns not owns the PDA, but it's derived from.
Yeah, basically you could change the ownership, but you're not going to be able to sign on behalf of that because when the owner runtime will try to check, the PDA is not derived from that program ID, so it will actually not be able to sign on behalf of it. All right, so let's take a 20-minute break, then we'll come back for some hands-on so you guys have some time to digest this information. If you have questions, Leo is here, Bjorn is here, a lot of people is here, like, and we'll be back in a bit. All right.
Yeah, Robert. 1 second. Maybe on the Solana. No, actually on the Solana box there are actually some. I think there is even like process that says all this is like. Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure, but it should. I don't see why it should not. Where it would be interesting. The other thing maybe this is also for André, but the first course was defined to what the level is and could it be on zero? Yeah, it could be. I mean, I've been working in tech for like 5 years on projects and product management, so I also have some level of experience. It would require like more time. So it's a 20-hour thing. Probably if you don't have any background, it would probably be 30, 35 to really understand what's going on. But when I started, I actually didn't know when I started. So that's you just told everything. Yeah, that's okay, cool. Because I'm thinking about like my own background as more creative, more visual. I'm missing, for example, I'm you're aiming more towards content format, Turbine is not yours because it's most of them. All the smart contracts, pretty much.
But it would give you the experience, the limitations, the possibilities of the backend.
Yeah, backend is not like I don't think it would be very easy to be a front-end developer in general, just because it's like yeah, you have to bring it up.
Have you seen any Solana favoritism front-end courses?
Unfortunately, not.
Maybe that's all the AI stuff.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's because for like the content for science is not very specific. Like the concepts are specific, but the way you do front end is the same for everything. So it's like you could pretty much like if you're a front end developer and you know Solana, you're a Solana front end developer. Yeah.
Whatever he's saying, he's lying to you.
He's lying, yeah. Okay.
Come on, I'm not helping you anymore.
The glossary. Yeah, that's like kind of like a Nick terminology guide. They make it sort of like here's like a workfish.
It's broken.
Point terminology. Point. Yeah.
But it's sometimes like yesterday, off the series at the same time. It's very calm down.
Like every now and then there's a word.
Like the feature itself is like
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So I'm gonna run this here. Then you just need to scroll from bottom.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good.
So is this all it is? Then you have André initialize the present, you go with or do you want to code more than that?
No, I'll just probably do the withdraw. Yeah, no, because I didn't want anyone to do it. Yeah, I was just like, it's just it's his place. I'm just like when I try to like only when I talk. Yes, it's his workshop adding stuff. But yeah, when I'm adding stuff, I'll try to be more integrated.
Yeah.
But yeah, but he should be the only being integrated when we talk. I should. Yeah, of course, I'm just shy. I'm the shyest person here.
Are you okay with the screen of the computer? Because I can also use the screen that app and also mirror your iPad if you want. It's okay like this?
We'll have like the thing already here because I already have it exported.
Yeah.
So because this is basically the template that I want to use. So that's why I already have it put in here because I wanted to make sure that they will have already the testing here for the initialize and the deposit.
Nice.
Very good.
So I want to make sure that I'm using the same name of the account because I already have it here on the side.
Oh, amazing.
So I'll do the initialize and the deposit. Then we will do the withdraw. And since we are using PDAs, what I do here, the withdraw is you already will have the signer seed to perform it, and what since we are using the PDA, basically what we want. Basically what we want to do is it will take like half an hour, like 45 minutes, just to go over it. We're gonna finish like around lunchtime.
Yeah.
And then I don't know how we're gonna share the repo. I don't know.
I give you a repo. We have a repo for this course in our organization. I give you a.
I can send you an instruction. That's the goal. People will be doing it, and you will be assisting them.
As long as you ask what the system is like, straightforward, everything.
Oh, I spoke to. I told. Johnny, I told Johnny to be available like
Yeah, it just happens geopolitical constraint problem. Now, it was further before. Now I switched, and suddenly the LP min doesn't work. And I'm too blind to figure out what the difference is.
you and get all these errors. I don't know.
Right, just too stupid to calculate it, right? So the tests, basically, like, what's the difference for me? It's basically the same as it was before. Not quite the same.
Because they have to, if they do a basket, they have to do accounting, like it's the last. You know what I mean? Because right away.
So I have it here. Yeah, what I can do is I'm gonna send you the link. Then you can download it. Yeah, does that work?
Yeah, I'll share the link. Or do you delete it?
Over here. Did you see it?
Yeah. Right. Think you're good?
Yeah, just waiting for the Italian guy. I'll get her. Yep. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you. Thank you. So now you will actually be able to see how we're going to build a program. I already have a template in here. So basically, if you run anchor init, this is not what you're going to face. So basically, when you do anchor init, you will have this lib.rs file, this anchor.toml that will have your program ID, the provider that you're using. In this case, we're going to be deploying to localnet just for the sake of speed and so that everything goes according to expected. You will have this JSON file that will point to your wallet address that we'll be using as a provider, and in here the path to your test scripts. So the way I usually do a program. Yeah, sure. There we go. The way that I usually set up a project, I create a folder called state, where I will create all the accounts that I will need to use in my program. In this case, as we saw before, I'm going to create a struct. In this case, it's called vault, and let's just say that we will store the address of the user, which will be a pub key. And again, since we're going to be using a PDA, we're going to be storing the bump of that PDA. Then one thing that I will do is implement the space trait. What is the space trait? The space trait basically forces us to create a constant that it's called init space, where we actually can define the space that our account will take on-chain. In this case, we need to set 8 bytes for the anchor discriminator, as we discussed before, then 32 bytes, which is the space of a public key, and then 1 byte, which is the space of a U8. So what we are doing is actually saying that this struct vault will have 41 bytes of space, 32 bytes for the public key, 1 byte for the bump. If you have any issues with the size of any variable, if you hover on top, you can see it will tell you the size of it. In here, you can see that the public key size 32, the bump size 8, and then we just add 8 for the anchor discriminator. There is another thing that you can do. You can use a macro called initSpace that will actually, is probably the derived initSpace, that will actually create this for you. So most likely this will start yelling at me because it's saying, all right, so the macro initSpace is trying to actually implement the space trait, but I'm implementing it as well. So the compiler will yell at me. If I comment this, it will stop yelling at me. Just make sure that if you're using initSpace, this will not take into consideration the 8 bytes of the anchor discriminator. That's why I like to implement the space trait myself. And as well, if you're using dynamic data like a string or a vector, I like to use the initSpace, the space trait, because otherwise you need to specify straight away the max line of that string or the vector in your struct. So let's go ahead, delete this, and leave this one. And with this, we already have our account. And this account macro will basically create a lot of trait implementations for our account, like serialization, deserialization, the discriminator. Anchor will do all of this under the hood. You will not need to worry about any kind of these things. So now that we have our state, we go and we try to initialize our account. And for that, I'm gonna go here and gonna uncomment this. And as we said before, I'm gonna use a derive accounts macro to create a deserializer in our struct, where we can actually then use the account macro to use different constraints in order to create our context. So the first thing that we need is, let's say that we need a user. Again, I want to make sure that the user is actually the signer of this transaction. So I'm going to use, as we saw before, the signer type. What you see info here is what it's called a lifetime. It's something that it's really specific to Rust. I'm not going to go into many details about this, but this is basically telling the Rust compiler that any variable that's inside this struct with the lifetime specifier info cannot outlive the struct itself. So that actually makes sure that all the data that you have inside your struct will live for at least the amount that the struct will live itself. And with that, you'll actually prevent memory leaks and accessing data that it's not there anymore. Let's go and put our mint in here, which is basically the mint that we're going to be depositing into our vault, and that will be of type mint. We need to put an account, lifetime specifier info, and it's a mint. And now what we want to do is actually to create our vault account. Let's call it pub vault. Let me see how I put it here in the task, just to make sure that, okay, vault data. So here it will be vault data, which will be an account of type vault, which is the account that we just defined as state. However, let's import this. We are initializing it, right? So this account doesn't exist yet. So that's where we're going to use the constraints that we used before. So we're going to use it to say that we are actually initializing a new account on chain. That's our vault. As you can see, straight away it's yelling at me. So if you're using init, you need to specify a payer. So let's say that our payer is our user. And that's the reason that you can have a look in here and see that our user is actually mutable. Again, we will be paying for the initialization fees of this account, so it needs to be mutable, as we'll be deducting lamperts from his account. Let's use some seeds for it. Let's call it Vault. It can be, I agree with that, that's fine. And let's use our user key. And I'll go over all this in a second. And let's say that the space is our Vault init space. Right, so what we are doing in here, we are initializing our Vault account, and we are saying, all right, so this Vault data account needs to be derived from this seeds right here. And here you can see how we can actually create a deterministic address, right? Because if a user just connects to his wallet on our client side, we can get his wallet address, just use this string vault, and we can straight away get his PDA to pass in as an argument to our program. In here, bump, it's basically, as we discussed before, the bump that will try to throw that address out of the elliptic curve. We're not going to specify a value in here because we're initializing it. So basically what this happens is Anchor will try to find the canonical bump. What is a canonical bump? It's the first bump that actually can throw that address out of the elliptic curve. So imagine that you're using this seed vault and the user key, and the resulting address is inside the elliptic curve. So it means that the bump that starts at 255 was not good enough to throw it out of the elliptic curve. So Anchor will decrement that to 254, and it will try again. Doesn't work, 253, and eventually you will get it. And then you need to, as well, to specify the space that our account will take on chain. That's what we did with implementing the space trait. And then we're just saying here, okay, it will take this amount. If you don't want to implement a space trait, you could just go here and say it takes 8 plus 32 plus 1. You really don't have to implement a space trait. You really don't have to use the derived init space. I like to use it, but I think it's good as well for readability. And then we declare our vault data. Perfect. Now, what else? I can try. Damn. All right, I can try. This will be fun. All right, so no, it's fine. It's fine. So we are actually doing a vault, right? So what we actually want to do is to transfer tokens from our account, from our ATA into a vault. So that vault needs to be as well an ATA. So let's go ahead and initialize that vault. Let's go and say vault, and this one will be a token account. Right. Now we can call it in this account as well. Every single time we're using it, we need to specify who's paying for those installation fees. In this case, it's our user. And then what you're going to do is use another constraint saying that this associated token account, it's derived from the mint address that we passed in, and that the authority is a user. So that goes again according to what we were referring before regarding ATAs. What we are making sure here is that this token account is derived from the specific mint that we passed. Then, of course, we need our system program, because that's the program that it's responsible for the initialization of any account. And then we will need as well the token program and the associated token program, since we are initializing ATAs. All right, and now I'm gonna make some changes in here. Let's see. There's a quick question. Who can tell me why the user needs to be mutable here?
You're going to change the state of the account into a date.
Exactly. Yeah, someone is paying attention. That's right. The user will be paying for all the initialization fees, right? So we'll be changing the amount of lamparts that he has in his account. So therefore, we need to mark it as mutable. Why we don't mark the vault data or the vault, the accounts that we are initializing, why are they not marked as mutable? Aha. No, because the init constraint, when you use init, it's under the hood, it marks that account as mutable as well. Perfect. So I think that's all the accounts that we need to initialize our account. So then we go ahead and we implement some functionality to our struct. And we create a method called initialize that what we're going to do is basically just go to self.vault data.set inner. And this will be vault. And we're just going to store the appropriate data. So for the address, we want our self.user.key. And for the bump, Anchor will do something really good for you, which is it will create a struct called, in this case, it's called initialize bumps, where it will store all the bumps that it was found during the account's constraint. So in this case, if we go here and press bumps, we'll see that straight away you have a variable there called vault data. This was created by Anchor. And why do we save this these bumps? Basically, it will save you compute units while you are actually then using that PDA later on, right? Imagine now that you already created your PDA, you know which is the first bump that will throw that address out of the elliptic curve. You can save that bump because later on, when you actually want to refer that account, you can just use that straight away instead of having Anchor trying to recalculate it again, where you already know what will be the bump that actually suits for that PDA. So you're saving on that computing resources. And let me just return here our OK. And great. So going back again in here in the initialize bumps, you can see the way that Anchor works. If I actually go here and add a new vault in here, let's call it vault data 2, you'll actually see that if I now access this bump struct, I'll have both variables there. So basically, that's a really nice thing that Anchor does for you. Another thing is, it is just called initialize bumps because our struct is called initialize. If your struct was called spaghetti, you'll have a struct called spaghetti bumps. That's basically how it works. And with this, that's basically what you need just to initialize an account on chain. Then in your lib.rs, you'll just have your function handler that will just call that method. This will be the instruction that will be called from your client side. Again, if you can see here, you have the context, and as we saw on the slides, inside the context, you'll be able to access the bumps. That is basically what will be as input for our method. All right, now that we are done with our initialize, we will go to deposit. Again, I'm not expecting you guys to understand everything that's happening now. The goal is actually that After this, we'll give you the template. You guys will have the afternoon to work on this, and we will be around to assist you in this. So my question is, and now this is where things will get a little bit interesting. Which accounts do you think that we need for the deposit? I have all day. That's not an issue.
Do we need the vault account?
Good. You think the vault account? Let's write that one. Why do you need the vault account? Perfect. Info, and it's a token account. Perfect. What else? The user, all right, I agree with that. Let's have it as a signer, right? Because we want to make sure that he is actually signing for it. Otherwise, anyone could just send the address and use that one. Perfect. What else? I'll get the mint. Okay, we'll need the mint to use in our account constraints as well. More. All right, we're going to need our vault state.
That's another account?
Yeah. The vault.
The state of how much tokens are in the vault? Or which token?
No, the state is just where we actually are storing the bump of our PDA and who is the owner of that vault. So imagine we have this vault, right? But what we actually want to make sure is when we validate this, we're going to make an account constraint in here saying that we need to pass in this seeds, right? Which will be, again, vault and the user key as ref. The bump will be already stored in our vault state. And with this, we are actually making sure it's okay, vault state. No, the order that you pass it in here, it doesn't affect. But, and let me just make sure that in the initialize here, and our vault, the authority, we don't want it to be the user, we want it to be the vault data. So in here, what we are actually doing is saying that who has actually authority over the vault is the vault data. Since the vault data is a PDA, it will have authority to sign on behalf of that account. On the deposit part, that's the thing, right? We want to make sure that the vault state that we are using is the correct one. It's derived from our user key. And since our user is a signer, you'll make sure that you're making sure that you have the right user actually accessing the vault. So basically, for the vault, we just need to go here and say that the associated token mint is our mint, and that the authority is our vault state. Which constraint do you think that we are missing here in the vault? Let's go to vault data. We'll be depositing tokens inside the vault, right? So what we are missing here is to say that our vault is actually mutable. What else do we need? In order to deposit, the tokens need to come from somewhere, right? Exactly. So we are transferring this mint from an account to another account, right? So we'll be transferring this mint from the ATA of the user to the vault. So we're going to need a new account in here, which is called user ATA. And in this case, what are the account constraints for this one? Just look at the vault and try to correlate that with the user ATA. Needs to be mutable, right? Because we'll be removing tokens out of that ATA. What should be the mint of this ATA? Should it be the same one as the vault or not? It is. It is, because that's actually the mint that you want to transfer, right? We need to make sure that we are transferring the right mint from one account to the other. Perfect. So the associated token, mint, will be the mint. Who should be the authority of this one? Why? It's correct. Why? Perfect. So we are making sure that this ATA is derived from the mint and the user address, and we will be sending it to another ATA, which is derived from the mint and from our PDA. So basically,
and you will have authority only to the portion that he is depositing in the vault?
Sorry?
You will have the authority only for the deposit that he has?
The PDA will have authority for everything that's inside the token account. If a different user comes, there will be a different one. Exactly. Yeah.
So let's say if I'm depositing $100, then I have the authority on those $100. If you deposit the same vault, you will have a different.
I'll have a different vault for me because it will derive from my wallet address. The PDA will be derived from my wallet address, and the same if you're using it. So basically, what we're creating here is dedicated vaults for each single user to just store tokens.
This is like a big vault, but from there, like
it's just individual vaults, different accounts. Each account will be a vault where you'll be storing your tokens, and then the PDA will have the authority over it. That's basically.
And in the experience that we both have as users, we can see that it's the same vault, basically, right?
No, it's the same program, but different vaults, or it means that my vault will have an address, your vault will have a totally different address. Exactly, yeah. And we need one additional account, which is a token program. I'm not expecting a right answer, but any ideas why we need a token program in here? We'll be transferring SPL tokens, right? So we can achieve this by doing a CPI, which is called a cross-program invocation, to the token program, because the only program that it's able to change the balances of token accounts is a token program, because it's the owner of those accounts. As we discussed before, we can only change state of accounts that are owned by our program. We cannot change the state of a token account, since the token program is the one that is the owner of that account. And since Solana needs to know every account beforehand that they will be using, we need to pass in here as an argument. For instance, if you're just transferring SOL from one account to another, instead of the token program, you'll pass in the system program, which is actually the program that it's allowed to change the state of system accounts. Now that we have our accounts, let's go ahead and again implement some functionality for it. And here is actually where we'll perform that CPI. If you were doing this in native, it will be way more complex. So to perform a CPI, first we need to define which is our target program. In this case, again, it will be the token program, because that's basically, again, the program that it's responsible for any kind of SPL token transfers. Then let's go get our account. That sounds good to me. So basically, we are creating just the accounts that will be sent to the token program, saying, all right, we're going to invoke the transfer from the user ATA to the vault, and you need to pass in who's the authority of the account that where we are moving the funds from. In this case, the user ATA, the authority is the user itself. If it was from the vault, the authority will be the vault data. And then we call our transfer. We need to create our CPI context. So let's go get create our CPI context. And Anchor will help us by having this CPI context where we actually pass our target program and our CPI accounts. And then we just need to call in our CPI context with the amount that the user actually wants to deposit. So a quick rundown of what we did here. Let me check if the user... Do you think that the user needs to be mutable in here? Yes or no? Should we mark the user as mutable? No. By default, it's immutable. Of course. Why? What is he paying? What is he paying now? No, the transaction fee, who is the payer, it's going to be like on your client side, who is the fee payer of that transaction. In here, we are not initializing anything. We are not deducting anything from him. So we don't need the user to be mutable in this case. We are using the user here for validation purposes. He's a signer, so we know that he signed for that transaction. We are making sure that our vault data is derived from his address. And then we are making sure that the user ATA is as well derived from his address. But we are not deducting lamperts from him whatsoever in our program. And going back again, then what we're doing here is what we call a CPI. Why do we do a CPI? Because we cannot change the balance of a token account ourselves. It needs to be the token program. So we create a CPI to the token program saying we want to transfer from the user ATA to the vault. The authority of the user ATA is the user. He signed for that transaction. If the user was not a signer here, this would fail because the token program would say, okay, so the user did not sign for that transaction, so I cannot actually guarantee that the authority is signing for this transaction. Then we create our CPI context, and then we transfer the amount from user ATA to the vault. We go to our lib.rs, we uncomment this one, and now from our client side, we'll be able to call this deposit methods. And now we are missing the withdraw, and that's actually where you will see, the differences where actually the program will actually be able to sign on behalf of a PDA, because we transferred the SPL tokens to the vault, which is a PDA. So basically, now our program can sign on behalf of it in order to transfer the funds out. And to guide you on that, ladies and gentlemen, Spaghetti Man.
Thank you, guys. So I'll take over from here. From the withdraw, probably we can use the same accounts that we did for deposit. So instead of, I'm just gonna copy them, and we can go from there and see if actually we need all of them or if we can omit some of them. So yes, user, mint, perfect, full data, yes. So, perfect. Let me uncomment this stuff. Good. Okay. So let's see. We probably need a user because it's going to be who wants to withdraw the fund. We probably need the mint because we need to actually make sure that because we need to transfer out from the withdraw. We need the vault data because we need to check if the user can actually withdraw using the seeds. We will need the user ATA. I will make a change that is going to be an init if needed, just because know that first time around, we didn't need to add an init if needed because the token were actually transferred out from the user to the vault. So that account always is already initialized because it contains the token inside of that. But in this occasion, it could happen that, for example, I deposited the tokens inside of the vault, and then maybe I close the account. This is because every account has rent, and you can retrieve that rent by closing the account. And it's completely safe to do so because I can then reopen it by initializing a new token account. So to not break the contract is always helpful to think about, is there any way that this account can not be open? And in this occasion, it could happen because we're not sure if there is actually any token inside of the user ATA. So I'm going to add an init if needed to make sure that in the case it's not initialized, we're going to initialize it here. So to do so, we will need to add the associated token program as well. Yes, good. Oh, I don't have any, okay, sorry about that. So actually, to use init if needed, it's not, so since there is some kind of attack that can be performed if you're not paying attention of how you use init if needed, there are reinitialization attack or a revival attack. I'm not gonna talk deeply inside of this because it's not why we're here. Usually with token account, it's always safe to use init if needed. We will need, Anchor doesn't have the init if needed feature available natively. You will need to import it. So to do so, my computer is different. How do I open the parentheses? Oh yeah, let's go. Version equal, da-da-da.
Are you saying bad things about my computer?
Yeah.
Really?
Feature equal, no, it's not that, okay. Init if needed, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So now we have the init if needed feature. Just done it. So it works. Yes. Oops. We're in the withdraw function. Cool. So now.
What did you just do? Can you please repeat?
Yes. So I just went, like I just tell Anchor that, sorry, I just told my cargo.toml that first of all, it still needs to use the same version as before, but every crate can have different feature. So in this case, like for example, Anchor has the feature init if needed. So if we, for example, say feature equal init if needed, this will need that the macro, the init if needed macro will be added inside of our crate. Like we decide what is like feature gated and what it's not. When we create the person that creates the SDK can decide what it's like feature enabled and what is like natively enabled. In this occasion, since there is like the possibility of like revival attack and reinitialization attack, Anchor said, I don't want to defaultly import init if needed, but you can use it at your own risk by using the feature init if needed.
So it's not default on, and that's all you do.
Yes, and this is like we're turning on the init if needed function.
It's basically because there is that issue that you can have that re-init attack. So Anchor is like, we have this feature available, but just make sure that you know what you're doing. So if you want to use it, you go there and you activate it yourself.
So using this if needed, is basically more risky for the program.
If you're using associated token accounts, it's safe because there is no loophole to create the re-init attack. If you're using in your program, it depends on the methods that you have on your program. I'm not going to go really deep into that, but if you have any method in your program that just gives the ownership for any reason of your account to the system program, any program could just reinitialize it since you need the system program. So basically, that's something that's there for safety. Yeah.
So yeah, I guess I don't know why it's probably didn't update.
Should be good.
Maybe I spelled it wrong.
It's properly written. Features, yes, after the feature.
This is why. Yes. Okay. In the meantime, that is building. We can continue. So yeah, as we said before, we're just going to do a transfer as before. So we will need to create CPI program. It's the token program, CPI, the CPI accounts will need to be a transfer. And this time will be from the vault to the user ATA. And the authority will be the vault data because as we put it here, actually the vault is the authority of the vault is the vault data. So we specified that the authority needs to be the vault data. We specified that the funds have to come from the vault and will need to go to the user ATA. This time around, when we create the CPI context, it's going to be a little bit different because it will be a little bit different because we will use the new with signer because, as we said before, this time the authority is a PDA. So we need to sign with a PDA signer. And to do that, we can just specify, first of all, what are the seeds that we know because it's going to be vault as bytes, the user key, and the bump. And then we will need to just tell the CPI that it will need to be with signer and not just like a normal CPI as we did before. And so we just do CPI program, CPI accounts, and signer seeds that we created before. Cool. Now we can just do OK, and should be good. Why is it yelling? Probably because it doesn't want this. Yes. Oh, because I need to. Oh, because I need to actually. This is just the CPI context. Sorry. So I need to do transfer, the CPI context, and so in this occasion, the withdraw, it will be for the full amount. So because we didn't add an amount as inputs, so we're just gonna every time you call the withdraw function, you just empty the vault, and we can do that because first of all we deserialized the vault account by just calling that the token account here in the account struct. Why is it here? Oh, because this is not mutable. Sorry. Yes. Since we deserialize as token account here, we can access all the fields that are inside of the token account itself. And if we see, let's see if I can see. Yes. If we see, for example, we can opt into the mint, the owner, and the amount. And we're going to use the amount to completely empty the vault.
That was a little bit according to what you were asking before. Like the accounts are all the same with different data, but then Anchor creates this for you that will actually deserialize the data into the token struct where you can actually then access all the different fields. If it was native, you have to do this deserialization by yourself.
And just since we talked about this before, every time a vault account is completely empty, we can safely close that account and retrieve the rent. Since we paid the rent in the initialize function when we initialize the vault, the the vault account for the vault account for the vault data, we can now safely retrieve that rent since the vault account is empty. And we can do that by just calling the close instruction. So the CPI program will stay the same. We're going to create a CPI. Let's call that close accounts equal. It should be here. We can just do close count, close count. And we can just do the same as we did before. So close account, inside we will need the account, the destination of the LAN ports that we're retrieving, who has the authority over it. So in this occasion will be vault. The destination will need to be an account that can receive LAN ports. It can be the user ATA, but it doesn't make any sense. So we're just going to put in the user here. And the authority of the vault is the vault data. Perfect. So we can do as before. We call close context new with signer, because it will need the signer seed for this as well, since the authority over it is the vault data. Close accounts, and we just signer seeds. Cool. Now we call the close account. Oops. The close account instruction. That will just need okay. And it will just need the context because it doesn't actually need any inputs. So by doing this, we actually retrieve the LAN ports from the token account to the user. And we can move a step further, since now we actually we can't do this with token account, but with accounts that are owned by our program, like the vault data. In this occasion, we can just use the close macro from Anchor that pretty much will ask who is the destination of the LAN ports. We will need to set it to mutable. But now, even the vault data will be closed. The data will not be there anymore. But we will retrieve the LAN ports. So the next time we want to deposit something into the vault, we will just need to go through the initialize function again.
Basically, that's what we said before. As we have authority over the accounts that are owned by our program, Anchor makes it like easier for us and just creates this close macro that will take care of closing the account and then sending the LAN ports of the rent to whoever you want to.
I will probably need to change something, right?
I don't think so.
I added the associated token and the here.
There is no test for the withdrawal.
Oh, okay.
That's for them.
Then it's done. Perfect. So André already prepared the test for us. So if we just do Anchor test,
hopefully
it will work. Yep. We just initialize the vault and we deposit stuff inside.
Great. So our goal for the afternoon, I know this is sounds like a lot, especially Leo went a little bit further than I was expecting. I mean, I could expect that from Leo, to be honest. So basically what will happen now, we will, I will talk with John. We're going to share the repo of the template that we started with. And that will be your challenge for this afternoon. Set up the environment, start working on it, and we'll be around to assist you in this because it's a lot to digest, like just from a workshop. And we'll be here to assist you. Any questions? And if you manage to finish it, feel free to add something to your vault. Oh no, let's store when was the last time that someone deposited, and try to, then you need to rearrange the data of your account. We'll be here around because we know it's a lot to digest. So that will be the goal for this afternoon. Right. Thank you. yeah, this resolution is perfect. This resolution is quite bad.
Yeah, but the solution we fixed, I hope. Test. Doesn't work? No, it works. Okay. So, everyone, thanks again, Andre and Leo, for the presentation. Speaking of a lot to digest, I think to digest, we should have some food first. I would say we do a lunch break for about 1 hour. And then at 2 p.m. we start. We do have a Telegram chat, so make sure you're in there. It's a Telegram group, and then we can share all the resources. We can, ask questions, answer them. Of course, we also are on the stream. So if there's any questions, let us know. There's going to be the GitHub repository that's going to be shared. I saw it already. It's a really nice template with all the steps and prompts that you should do. And yeah, let's just follow along and make sure. Whoa, wait. And make sure. Thank you so much. He unplugged me. And then, yeah, let's have some fun with Anchor later. Okay, thank you, guys. Want to add, Rob? Anything. Anything.
Weird things happen. What do you need for lunch? I don't know. Smoking, bro. Smoking? Yeah. So we're free. Ooh. Yeah, I meant to just check the price and I accidentally sorted the agreement. And then I was like, how do I cancel it? I can figure out how to cancel it when I was like, I don't. Hey, what are you doing this? What was I? It's really good. I was about to say, I was like, no, I have some sauce. I just trying to get more sauce. Yeah, I was thinking about getting a tank. I was checking the prices to compare the racks. That's too far away. There's one like right like 10 minutes away. Yeah. I don't know if it's good enough. I don't think so. I mean, most of them went as a guy, like a road side.
I'm like,
It's impossible to find that. It was 12 euro. Another 5 euro. I don't know. I just not more to become than I'm expecting 17 year olds. I better have my mouth It's not that difficult, but like making, if you want to do it like so we have the time.
Oh, how you doing? Yeah. Hey.
Hello, sir. Yes, e-science is happening. Hi. Well, it was always science, but you know, I'm returning science, I guess. Something like that.
What is the next? The next Bitcoin? Found someone else's instruction.
Was there a lady called Kim on the call? South African who lives in Texas. Okay, I found out that I have a common connection. We've applied, so I'll let you know how it goes. Because we feel that we are a good fit, especially with the idea in Asia and India. And Matt thinks that another stage for that expansion goes to Brazil.
Yeah. There was an email address that you I shared with you. You can always reach out to them and also mention that you were participating.
You said what? You or me?
That you are participating.
Yeah. Is that like a more of a tip to get directly decision makers?
For example, I don't know. Because I saw your presentation by the guy and I had to email it.
You need press them about what they're doing?
It's very multifaceted. It's actually really nice. It sounds really interesting. It sounds like but yeah, never heard to reach out and be like, hey, I'm part of your group and this other project in your time. Just wanted to reach out. Do you have a action plan? Something, these like fluffy emails that doesn't like just kind of get like
Nudge, we
Hi. I'm fine. How are you? Yeah? You not in trouble?
Yeah, well, trying to get this without caffeine obviously trouble. Like, we'll see. I can do a caffeine free day.
A little bit of fresh air here and there, a little bit of stretching.
Yeah, I was doing so good and then like 30 minutes ago I got that thing and I was like, oh.
I started taking a little bit of creatine apparently boosts cognitive function. Yeah. I read something about it was helping cognitive function. And so I'm like, I should take this. Oh, and so I don't know if that's.
Well, I usually take it with a protein shake, so usually I drink a protein shake every day. But, so usually I have like my protein shake, and I put my nutrition in there, and then I take my supplements like fish oil. I know.
I usually everyone else is like ordering burgers and like people like, oh, I got 2 hours of sleep.
And I'm like, I take all fish oil and all of it.
Yes!
And scientifically supported. It would be more fabulous. That's my thing ever look at the side. After the side, honestly, I would be more
What? Or
no, it was I think I need to do this one. No. Yeah, I know. There's like a week.
was it attached to like a certain like condition?
I think the person who runs it, they have like their own like I know they do programs like not just like
Where like will also sometimes like get and like
that was pretty much hard.
yeah.
It lasted
Yes, and then like the reality of like so bad. And then your phone starts buzzing and you're like, little by little, you have to go.
it wasn't that long, and I feel like I got what I wanted. It was 5 days here and there, but it was like 2 half days of silence, kind of like free hold. Yeah, I just cut everything off. It's weird 'cause, like, also like now like I would maybe this isn't like that, but I want to like a show on like a sleep.
I on like the Insight Timer app. Yeah, it's like my husband is really like he's okay. Oh, he's right now.
Yeah.
He's getting better. But yeah, he was. Yeah, I used to like physical pain every day, and sometimes it's hard. Yeah, he's like not used to it, and then it's really challenging. So I'm like, oh, honey, it's a process. Yeah. Yes, he is so quirky. The way that he brings messages to yeah, no, he's
Yeah. I want to know what how you should actually solve this stuff. Because like this is basically like I think has noticed with the months.
It's so valuable. Like I haven't done it for a really long time. I've done. I mean, I grew up Buddhist, so I spent a long time in monasteries. Done different retreats, and so my PhD was researching props. So living in like a in China. So yeah, I've been around that. Familiar and cozy to me.
So is it like so interesting, but I guess like be around that world and then approach academic decisions. So like, was that a challenge? Like to have
Exactly. Yeah. It was a real challenge because I couldn't necessarily like identify. Like I had to sort of like survive like my beliefs versus what I was observing, and yeah, it was really interesting mental exercise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would think.
And then once I was done my studies, then I was able to kind of like re-assimilate and be like, no, and like this is actually something that is making me happy, and I don't need to like keep distance. Yeah, but it goes.
It's just like an interesting period of time because like you do have to like have academically.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Especially if you were living within a community and but you were there. Yeah, it's this balance of participant observation. It's called. You're not. It's unwise to be like a full participant, but you also need to participate enough that
Like a social.
Yeah, because if you're just observing and you're not participating or being part of it, then there's one thing you're missing out on. So it's finding that balance.
I think that's also another important thing because when you're engaged in the actual experience of something, I think that's different also than when you're not engaged in
Yeah, exactly.
also important. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like they both have almost important things. But also like you don't see something when you're on the outside. Inside and when you're on the inside, sometimes you'll miss. Think about it, right?
Exactly. That's why it's sort of like this like spectrum, right? Like participant on one side where you're like fully engaged and you're not actually having this like slightly more room perspective. Like you're just within the experience entirely, but you're not kind of processing it in a way that is potentially objective. Versus like you're just all in your own head and you're creating assumptions about what everybody else is doing. Right? Like in both cases, we're kind of consumed by our own experience. And it's like if we're able to find that middle ground where we can be present and kind of take in the information and be very mindful of our own conditioning and our own right? So that we can be like, okay, how can I be as neutral as I can? But yeah, but as distance my own interpretations and assumptions and judgments and all this kind of stuff. It's an interesting. I mean, it's very aligned with a lot of like Buddhist and kind of like meditation as well, right? Where you're like, okay, my thoughts are not my own. I'm like distancing myself from who I think I am and all the thoughts that I think and what I think that they mean, and like it's like this attachment to it, right?
Observing.
Yeah, exactly. And trying to, not just immediately jump to conclusions or, it's a very sort of like open and wondering kind of space. Yeah.
It doesn't work hand in hand. It's also like, are you leaning too much into the thought and trying to frame your academics?
Well, I think there's naturally some overlap because there's a lot of interest in not, jumping to certain conclusions or judging things on their face value, right? And it has a similar sense of being much more conscientious of what's going on, which has parallels within both of those. And I think because I was in both of those worlds, I potentially seen more of a connection than other people maybe. But yeah, for me, it's this sort of state of presence where we're not analyzing the entire situation, but we can actually just be present, sort of take in the information. I think that's assume we know everything.
It's always hard to process those or think about them, and then you don't want to offer me. I don't want to overthink sometimes.
Yeah, we do a lot.
No, I'm not a clueless, but I would say like definitely the most important source for me. I don't know that I continue to use from I pick up like for that part like super important.
Well, yeah, and also just like less healthy, less kind of intuitive. It's very like outward facing, right? It's like this tech finance.
We'll talk later. Yes.
I will see you later.
So, I mean, this installation.
Good interaction.
But yeah, so me and my friends are planning to go to the Babylon Key when they do Metropolis. Because like we're all talking like the first thing that's so me on the 21st we're going to do the solstice party. I wanted to go to the Muslim at the age of 2 and the cinema. Some things, it's always like Christmas time, so it's a bit different when you're having so I have been running around with presents, but I've got all the presents finished now already. All everything looks great. Have to be in these situations, I tell you. Otherwise, it's better to have less stress. But these are just trying to wait and plan something and make a list, make an interaction between
I'm trying to do this is just creating this.
irgendwie irgendwelche Sachen machen, die halt keinen Sinn machen. Das ist halt immer alles.
She works at the farm in so that website. Like how the fuck are you going to find people?
Exactly.
Why would anyone give that money?
Because what do you think? Very good position, where efficiency. Yeah.
You need to change all the infrastructure to
Exactly.
money.
But in general, everything, look, all the products are like stolen products. Obsolete they have maturity, lifetime. Yeah. Everyone creating obsolete products.
There's some guys are making it. You can have it installed.
Yeah.
But you can have it one of your heating system.
Yeah.
Every time you hit water, every time you take a shower. Yeah. You might be for DCA. It's like you pay most of the electricity at the end, yeah. She was the only people. They also seen a couple that they grow tulips in Amsterdam. And they use Bitcoin miners to stay good for the grid. And it's the only source of
That's great. Oh.
So Node.js and Yarn are required to join all this So this is 5 script. It's fun. No, no, no. That's why it's now I'll engage. As they say, yeah. I have a good question for you. Have you actually put in yarn still for the answer? Can't get one word when there's not the next no. I don't have yarn. I use real. Try to find no-brainer or something that's which you could easily win and make profit of, which are easy to predict. At least, yeah, like with exactly. Yeah. But I think sometimes not on the market ideas to buy just a few days before. That's even easier. It wasn't like that. Like, first time I went to the market, then there were like a couple of countries, so security, and third season of my business. So didn't let me like do anything without saying no. Sorry, like in action.
Good.
So easy, yeah, there is something that
Blockchain also started separately and now everything is connected. So I think it's exactly. I research scientists that analyze data and mathematical models, so we balance those data and three of them MSTs and like copies and managed but it's not correct. Apply balance system and LST because LST comparison or get a reward, so that value is continuously increasing. So the older the LST is, the higher the price defect. If there is price defect, increasing price defect, you cannot price them as stable.
what is the it depends what it is.
Yes, I mean, yeah, this is another goals. I'm talking about twisting tolerance. You know, there is like B-zone or M-zone. States. Yeah, G-zone so you collateral your solve and get reward for that. And in balance they use this interesting, so like this have very low price, so they want because they are derived from this. You understand? Will always have a higher value than solid because they get the price there in the same way as
Those are different values.
exactly, because this is the protocol using. So they have different rules. And solve for 6 months since the launch, but then they changed the way they get an API. So and I didn't know the price we pay for the time. Yeah, so I'm researching all this.
And what you're in charge of?
Yes. Yes.
So you really love that?
Yeah, I love math.
I realize that that's a stupid picture in the school. That's why I was so bad at math.
Yeah,
Now when I really learn it,
that makes sense, right?
yeah.
Yes.
I can
Yeah. I was lucky because my grandfather was a mathematician, because he was born and raised in Ukraine, and my parents so I was living with my dad with my grandfather in Warsaw. So we spent lots of time together. He explained about maths and physics. Yeah.
in young age also gets different.
Exactly.
And you grow with that, like this is important.
Yeah, then he goes to the field and then he tests this school, the maths test. My grandfather was waking up in the night in the morning and asking some questions like, how do you solve this? How do you solve this? And I was so pissed because this is not this, like, I think so to rest, I can't. But now, like, I remember it was just watching the security of him to ask me these questions. Yeah. Really? Now? Yeah.
You can make a difference like this is not one second. Maybe this photo was taken so I can write down the difference. It's most likely a modern game, you know, I'm thinking what kind of it doesn't have to be like this is stickers, so Setting this number. This is my other channel. It's already running. This is the last thing. And we can put it out there and people can secure that. It's compressed. For weeks, they can secure that. And I can also do some recipe. Someone and this one got the music. No, it's a Donald Trump conference. I took one photo and then AI generated many versions of this photo. Chose the best ones. Here, this is why they want the if you donate very sweet of her, right?
See you tomorrow. Good luck with that.
Hey guys, my name is Marcelo.
It's time for all of us to take hold of our own decisions.
Yeah.
Oh, and maybe what he sells yeah, he did already a month ago. A month ago. Yeah, there is a video. And they saw. You know that video with the it's like I'm looking for the type of people
Perfect. Yeah.
So,
Ich mache dir einen eigenen Raum auf.
Ja, macht einen Raum und auf dem Raum schärfer das Video. Das ist noch nicht. Geht nicht, oder? Dann gehen wir einfach. Hast du jetzt das geschickt? Hast du das Video dort, was du geschickt hast? Ich bin dabei. Ja. Ich sehe kein Bild. Warum soll ich denn hier wollen? Ja, ich bin dabei. Ja, ja, ich kann es nicht machen. Ja, aber ich will ja, dass du viel fährst, damit du viel drauf hast.
Yeah, I think Ryan is coming later as well. Yeah.
Oder kann man das immer einfach man kann jeder
Yeah, I live right here. I know, I'm really sorry. It's just yeah, I need to start getting
Komm mal her.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I'm not really used for now. Yeah, because it's like most of the devices are like compatible with yeah. It will be sold soon because they are yeah. Yeah, looking for the theoretical. I guess it's like, yeah, it's good, but it's never get anything done. It's just say 0 points that
Vielleicht sogar noch ein bisschen mehr machen. Also der Rest kommt jetzt mit, oder? Selbst klar.
anyhow, so what I do more about taking the whole.
No, I heard yesterday was like.
Yeah, yesterday was basically.
Yeah.
Or you can, like this one, I think it's still fixable as well. It's good to charge back after 2 years, like moving forward, I think as well. I know it's not what you should probably report.
So know that you are in front of the door like before, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you're doing that on production system. Nice.
Sì, 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 no, ma è un bug che hanno messo ok.
statistic. Okay, guys, short heads up. We will have introduction to Turbine in about half an hour. It's going to be streamed here because we're going to have Jeff joining from the US. Just that you know that about half an hour is going to be the next stream event. And then also this evening, between 5 or 6-ish, there's going to be pizza, maybe rather to 6. And then, yeah, you can again have some fun and we can talk and everything. Okay, thanks.
Makes sense. It's at least you comply. No, you can also book shoot.
Yeah, I'm starting to like have turbines.
Probably it's nothing to do with it. If you get links, it will be.
No, but I don't know.
I know originally from also will have a lot of I get 3, 5, 6 minutes. Petrol was ahead of partnerships, but also about communities. I think she had a financial background as well. And yeah, she's been a really process of work. And I noticed about 2 weeks ago that she's actually looking at a new scenario, essentially. It's fine, I'll chat to you. Who knows? It's easy.
That's what I felt.
That's so cool. Hey, how are you?
Good. Nice to see you.
Yeah.
Thank you for doing office management.
Yeah, absolutely.
Partnerships.
It's part of sitting by the door.
That's the blessing and the curse, I guess. Thank you.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Yeah. Just been like, now I'm like, two projects. About one more. You see flags now? We changed
You also not trying to figure out. That would be the dream, right? And then we can multi-chain.
Yeah. Because like really like we're gonna send it out in the email. Yes. The time limit. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is the first time I ever responded to this. Yeah, there's a
I'm here for a job.
And this would be there.
I have no intention to do this.
I mean, it's live, but does it also stay recorded?
Yeah. Yeah. But it stays in this live section, so it's not really, and then maybe by the end of the week we are talking about working on recording videos together, so you can also review the recording workshop. Because the problem with the stream is also something with the internet connects, break at some point, and so that you don't have to do the same thing. With this software, they also do a local recording, and then you can upload local recordings in different places.
More today, more energy.
Yes, I slept like 7 hours. No, it's just long weekends, long days. Yeah.
And short fine time.
Oh my, tell me about it, yes.
You're taking vitamin D?
No.
So, also forgot about it. It's winter. And you know how much they tell us to take vitamin D? It's very low. They tell me like take 2,000, 3,000 a day. It's like 10,000. Yeah. This is an only dose, even more. So I start to take a lot of it.
Okay.
I have energy, I wake up more energetic. Yeah, less pain in my body.
Nice.
Yeah, it actually gives me body pain.
Yeah.
Yeah, joints, back, everything is more miserable. Everything is harder without sun.
It is. Hey. Strange.
Yeah.
You think of it. But yeah. Definitely another problem in Asia, people don't smile. They're already there is stuff. It's like the way.
But you know what?
Yeah.
How you working?
Not now, but I'm taking yeah, before I feel like 1.5 years. Yeah, we were living there. Yeah, because we came back, we it's a privilege, and then we ended up in Portugal. How we were no longer in Portugal, where it was good weather, and I like it. Then we came back for 2 days, and everybody was dark and rainy. But didn't know what was raining, and I was like, what the heck? And I told him, because he also said, and it's like, oh my god, you cannot leave our house and that sucks. And I was saying, like, this is so away from me in Portugal, I cannot stand this here. For too long. It's actually because I was like, this is all the time. So I said to Jenny, we have to change something. And I just got a one-way ticket in Asia. Yeah, and because the cheap ticket was back. Again, I hated it because I was at work, backpacking, and I got sick. So I was saying, I don't know, I like to never go. But for some reason, we actually explained it this time. And yeah, for some reason, we booked that because I said,
I heard that Thailand might be one of the
they're not stupid. They're really
yeah. You know somehow this guy with very large big countries.
but I know.
As a company, they just go to country and they want to speak the country. Based on the code reserve that you have, how much people you have, and they can program with them, so they already know where you have this, let's say, volcano, or you have a waterfall, so many people. Right. So I met him, and now in Berlin, he was doing animation in the real stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just before talking so long times.
Working with Chile. And yeah, he said that he just came back from Thailand and was in Germany. So they also protocol.
Yeah. Everything else I have to
Thailand is more than separate.
yeah, but I was always
Adam Beck was, I think he was the first person. He was the great Adam Beck, maybe somehow police people. No, so suppose you're in Bitcoin. He's today got Blockstream, which is a company, they have their own Bitcoin node. You can have a lightning on your phone, and so usually it's not You have Bitcoin, which is the main, then you have the secondary. Nothing is secondary.
Faster.
Yeah, faster than zero freeze, basically. Really zero freeze. Because I open a channel review, and this channel will continue to be open, which is great. And set the close, and then it's also very interesting because if you have a transaction, and I can check the account, so let's say you and BO have also a channel. BO wants to transfer new money, do it to you. So that's very, very great. But usually when you do that, because you're using someone else's channel, someone else's custody. So we made this wallet that you can have Bitcoin in the VNet. Doesn't set the data everywhere. So there's not really. So you can have something that's called I don't know exactly how it's marked, but just load Bitcoin there and you get Bitcoin. So you can just transfer it. Expect one. Instead of 10 minutes, it's 2 minutes. Different chain.
Okay, cool.
It's supposed to trust the federation. So as just the deal. On the side chain, it's I think one of the oldest. Yeah, he's doing this. they have a course. Turbine is like teaching department of Solana. And they have courses there. They teach you the whole month, 5 days,
Okay.
they have projects that you do. And if you want to get hired, it was missing the
I didn't have the problem felt like the bar even when it went down. But with the whole atmosphere, it encourages me want to keep to experiment. For me, that's yes. I need that. I need the balance. That's the only thing I know. I'm only having fun.
it's something
I hear Leo's out. Barely. Unless the intention, like a trance-like style.
Yes. Maybe here.
Hello. Can you hear me? Tommy, can you hear me? All right. But I can't hear you, Bjorn. And as much as I like to hear myself talk, okay, so just roll. That, hi, Janine. Hang on one second. You want me to go back out and come back in? Oh, I hear stuff now.
So does not work, right?
I hear that.
Kannst du mal vorhin iPad bitte ausmachen? Okay, so this way, it's just my laptop, but let's do it, right?
Sure.
That's it. Okay, guys. Sorry, way too complex setup. But I hope this hack will work as good as possible. I'm super excited to present to you today Jeff. Jeff is co-founder of Turbine. He's such a great person, and I don't want to talk too much about him because you will feel like in the first 2 minutes or even earlier how great he is. So, you know, Jeff, I don't have to introduce you too much, but one thing I think you should take with now already, kind of my goal is, you should know what Turbine is at the end. There's not going to be a quiz, but there's going to be a sign up form. And if you're really as smart as I think you are, you maybe even sign up during this call or at least after. So this is what I can tell you right now. And now I give up the stage for Jeff. Jeff, thanks so much for doing this. Jeff, by the way, is right now, I think you're still in Atlanta, right?
Yeah.
So he's basically coming from far away, right, to us in Berlin. So thanks so much for doing this, Jeff. And yeah, thanks.
Awesome. Thanks, Bjorn. And I've enjoyed my time coming and doing this with the Super Team Germany group the couple times that I've done this before, and it's always a lot of fun. And Bjorn, the vibe and the culture that you're creating there it's really it's palpable. It's felt outside the walls of Berlin and Germany as a country. My name is Jeff. Don't make fun of that. There's a movie statement. My name is Jeff. But my name is Jeff. I am co-founder and CEO of Turbine. Give you a little background about my history and leading up to Turbine, and then really kind of dive into the various opportunities to get involved at whatever level is meaningful for you as an individual, but also with that opportunity to expand that as it is relevant in your life. I am from here in the States. I grew up in the Northeast of the US in Philly. I'm obviously a little bit of an older guy, so whenever there's tech challenges, I don't try to help. Put a bunch of tech people in the room and they can build amazing DeFi protocols, and it's the little stuff that gets us. But I've run these events in real life, and I know the best laid plan. So I appreciate your patience and doing it all with a smile, always. I spent 30 years in private school education here in the U.S. I was actually an English teacher, and I coached football, U.S. football, and basketball, and track, and Olympic weightlifting. And then I went to the dark side, as they say in that industry, and became a school administrator, like a principal type guy. Had some health issues during the pandemic that made me kind of just like reevaluate my life. And for some crazy reason, I was blessed with the ability to say, I'm going to go do something completely different that's more fun. And it's odd that I wasn't very scared to make a jump, at about 50 years old into something completely different and unknown. Because the thing that blockchain and Web3 and crypto and really in particular Solana offered me was a place where I could have a global community of people from all over the world where they don't care about any of your differences. They just care we're all here because today we're all here because we all love Solana and we want to do cool stuff. And we all have our different reasons for wanting to do that cool stuff, but everybody here is talking about doing cool stuff. And there's a lot of energy that comes through the computer screen from being in that kind of environment. The other part that got me really excited was there's way too much for me to ever be able to learn it all. And I love to study and learn and challenge myself. It's like when my body was failing me, I could exercise my brain. And that's exciting to me. And I like to be around other people like that. People who are fearless in challenging themselves to do something that's meaningful to them. So that's really, a lot of my motivation on a daily basis. I rarely have a bad day. But, I will tell you this, if your aspiration is to be a founder and be really successful and have your own organization, the more successful you get, newsflash, the more complicated things get. Okay. So it's really important to know that, success doesn't mean it gets easier. Success just means it gets more challenging. But going back to my previous point, I love the challenge. So, that is kind of, my little background story. When I retired from my 30-year career, I got into Web3. I built a project on Polygon, was my first thing for the Chainlink hackathon. And we did really well for, 3 guys that didn't know each other. It was me and 2, 20-year-old kids from, one kid from Kenya and one kid from Nigeria. And we did really well. And it was a prediction market game where you could predict the price, the closing price on a daily basis of your favorite crypto. So it was DeFi summer and everybody was excited and things were crazy and all that stuff. I'm a bad investor, by the way. Don't ever listen to anything I say or post. I was in Iron Finance, which if you don't know what the Iron Titan crash was, go look it up. That was a fun one. People standing on the side of the road, watching the train wreck and not hitting sell. That was me. DCAing all the way down to zero. That was me. Going, that was me. And then, I got involved with Terra, lived through it the same thing with actually the same algorithmic mechanism of seigniorage. Look it up. It's good to know. I think it's a good model if someone does it right one day. And I was also in Celsius. And by the way, got rugged a million times in that summer of Polygon yield farms. Again, if you don't know what that is, look it up. These are fun historical contexts that also you can learn a lot from and really know how wild it was in those days if you're newer to the space. Got hooked up with the guys on Terra. So there was a bunch of the leading founders on Terra who were looking around saying, we're growing too fast and the expectations from our audience are so high for an elite user experience on a fast, cheap chain. By the way, does it sound familiar? It should if you're on Solana, because there's a lot of similarities between the way Terra was then and the way Solana is now, except obviously Solana is a much stronger community and stronger tech stack and more responsible stewardship of this space. But, they brought me in, they said, we want a more professional, organized education model, because at that time, and still a lot of it today is, here's a bunch of docs and videos, go figure it out for yourself. And by the time you figured it out, most of what you read or watched is antiquated and you have to relearn stuff. So you got to actually learn how to learn these things. You got to learn how to watch the change logs. You have to learn how to know what is current and valid and what isn't. It's like, this generation of learners, which is probably all of you, certainly not me. I mean, I used a chalk and slate and carved on the side of a cave when I was in school. So you got to know how to learn. You got to know how to figure out new stuff. because this thing right here, I lived in the world before this. Okay. I lived in the world before having the answer to every question I need in my hand. So education's changed a lot. You got to actually know how to find and then make a determination of validity of the content you're consuming. It's, again, very similar to how Solana works. You got to make a determination of validity. So I built this institute in Terra. We closed a really sweet, juicy deal that had me super excited on a Saturday night. More money than I ever thought I would ever see, ever. And on Tuesday that following week, Terra crashed, UST lost its peg, and all that money went to nothing. So, I made a commitment to retire and to do this full time. So we just figured it out, and we really hustled. We lived a true startup lifestyle. That first year I was by myself. My partner was helping clean up the mess from Terra because he worked for Terra, worked for Anchor. Our team wasn't as strong and mature as it is now. And there's a number of our guys there. So this. But we kept grinding because we really believed in what we were doing. We believed that we could do for Web3 education what the best universities in the world do for the legacy world. And that kind of conviction, as crazy as it is, if you want to be a founder in this space, and even if you want to be a builder in this space, you've got to have that kind of conviction, because we're even lower than the lowest minority in the world that believe that this is the way. So that takes a lot of conviction. That takes a lot of, crafting your response to people that don't know anything. And if they do know something about crypto or blockchain or Solana, it's probably not a very clear or positive image that they have in their mind. So you have to really be able to understand your audience, respect their skepticism, and help them just, take a couple of steps forward to being open-minded, to being Solana-pilled, as we say. From there, when I was in Cosmos, because after Terra Crash, we just focused on Cosmos because that's what we knew best. It was a Rust-based environment where you tested in TypeScript. Again, this should sound familiar because it's how we do things on Solana as well. One of my good friends, Liam, who at the time worked for a project called Evmos. Evmos was a Cosmos chain that interacted with Ethereum. And he introduced me to someone named Lily Liu, who you should all know who that is. But it was in the context of Lily Liu was on the advisory at Osmosis. And I got on the call with Lily. We had a great call. And she's like, I don't know if Osmosis could use this, but I definitely want to introduce you to Chase Barker. I think Solana would love this. Now, this is, 2021, mid 2021. Okay, so we're going back a minute. And I met Chase. He's like, fill out the grant. So I filled out the grant and we were off to the races. And here we are a couple years later. We still have work to do, but we're in a pretty good spot. We have become what we hope to become by now. We're having the impact on people's lives the way we wanted to have that impact. And that impact is providing people that are hungry to get into this space and make a lifestyle of it, and make a contribution, and to connect with people all over the world, and to really be experts in their field, to give them everything they need, whether it's content, instruction, or support, to be able to do that, and to be tireless in our effort to do that. In early days of what was then called Terra Builders Alliance and then Web3 Builders Alliance, some people said you should automate everything and just make videos. It's easier and more scalable. And I was always adamant. I'm like, we're not going to be that. That's not what we're going to be. We're going to be people that care about relationships and understand that if you can get close to people, you'll get more out of them than if you just send them some videos. And our retention and graduation rate demonstrates that. I mean, we retain and graduate about half the people that make it into the program. And other programs that are video and much easier video and doc based, they graduate about 10 to 15%. So rigorous, hard, meeting live, needing to show commitment and putting forth effort is actually more of a resonating model with the people that are going to stick around and do meaningful work than here's some videos and docs, go do it yourself. Now, there's a place for all of us because not everybody wants to do, I'm looking around the room, what Bjorn is doing and what Lucas is doing and what Leo is doing and so on and what Janine's doing. Make this their lives, okay? Some people need a little bit of a slower path to that to slowly see that they can. So let me shift gears now and talk a little bit about how you can. How can you become a professional in Web3 on Solana? And there's a lot of ways. And one of the things that we think about very often is this persona of a professional on Solana. What are the different personas? What are the interests of people? What is their, bandwidth from, how much time do they have a commitment? Are they people who have families that can't wait too long to bring in income? Are they younger where they have a little bit more of a long, time horizon where they could really put in the effort? Do they like NFTs? Do they like infrastructure? Are they technical? Are they not technical? Are they not technical but really good at math and can play multiple instruments so they could read music and speak 6 languages? Those are actually things that we look at and ask people because those we found are good indicators. Can this person learn a programming language and a programming model that is foreign from their native language and be able to apply it, be able to test it? So, there are lots of different personas. And we don't try at Turbine to appeal to all of them, but we partner with as many different groups as we possibly can to collaborate and share resources and share people to try to get everybody in the right spot for them to be able to pursue whatever their vision might be. And if that vision changes, they could always shift around. And if you haven't been on any other blockchain or in any other ecosystem, Solana does it better than anybody else. Anytime I see somebody complaining about Solana this, that, or, it's hard to get started, I laugh because I know the only other ecosystem that is close is Ethereum, and their model is still video based. Okay. Now, granted, it's Patrick Collins, and you can go in a weekend and watch 36 hours of Patrick Collins and make up a lot of ground, but there isn't that personal support that we believe a lot of people need. That personal accountability of being in a room with peers, that positive peer pressure, like, oh my gosh, everybody else is shipping their code and I'm not. That is positive peer pressure, and we believe in that. So Turbine right now, and just interesting story, I don't know if Bjorn knows this story. When we made the decision to make Solana home after a couple of cohorts are quarterly sessions of our program. So you'll hear me use that word. The original idea was that we were going to be Super Team USA. And I was like, that's not how we do it. We're not a super team. Akshay and Chase were like, ooh, super team. I'm like, nah. And really, USA is not a place, I think, where this exact same super team model works like this because it's so distributed. But I know that Neil is doing a really nice job, and Kevin over at All Might, they're doing a really nice job of getting Super Team US models going, and it looks really good. I've got a little insight onto what that looks like. They're going to make it happen, but that's not what we do. Then we were Super Team X, then we were Super Team Turbine, and then we just dropped the Super Team. Because we are a professional institution that's focused on service. Okay, that's what we are. We are a service organization. We build some products, but we don't build them to be founders of, token-based DEXs. We could, But that's not what we're best at. There's other people that are better at that than us. And we like to find places to create impact for large groups of people, especially on the professional plane. And the way we do that is we offer different programs. And I will tell you, our programs are not for everybody. Our programs are for people that are really serious about wanting to make this a way of life. The nice thing is that with every passing day, we are able to reward the efforts of the people that come and work really hard with opportunities. It's not perfect yet. In an ideal world, everybody that graduates steps out of our cohort and has a job right away. But we're better today than we were yesterday. Literally, better today than we were yesterday. I see Lucas smiling. I can see it all the way back there. I can see the dark line of the beard went to teeth. No, I love it, man, because he knows what I'm talking about. You know, and I see André next to him because the person in front of him's head moved. Hi, André. But I mean, look, I'll call that out. You know, you guys have at least 5 people in the room with you right there that you don't have to take my word for any of this. You know, I know at least Janine, Bjorn, Lucas, André, and Leo, all of them were started by applying to Turbine. They all started that way, you know, and now they're all moving in this industry. But it's not just showing up. It takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of collaboration, again, which isn't for everybody. Some people are not interested in getting in a room and being chatty for 90 minutes 3 times a week. But, you know, it does require collaboration because as you look around the room, you're in a collaborative environment. And we've got to stay tight and work together in this industry and on Solana in order for us to propel this you know, concept forward. So, you know, I'll give you a little bit of a breakdown on the different programs that we offer, who they're for, how you can get involved, and what comes after the programs. Because our Institute's only one of our 4 pillars of our business. And I'd be lying if I said that, you know, we do it all for free and it's great and all that. And, you know, we do it just for the pure benevolence of it, which we do. But we have a very specific thesis, and that is make an impact and people will pay you to stick around. Okay. And that's something we believe in. Be really good at what you do. Try to be the best at what you do. Always try to be better than the day before. And people will pay you to stick around. All right. And, you know, that's a reality. And we're seeing it. You know, I mean, we are doing better every day because people trust us. You know, a big organization pings me yesterday and says, I need about 8 or 10 people in a room that I could throw, you know, work towards on a small piece by piece basis and get them going. And I said, that's great because I've got people that could use that, you know, from a little bit of a financial standpoint, but also from growing their experience. And an hour later, I had a room full of people and the person who asked me to do this was like, oh my gosh, this is great. They're all qualified. They're all cool. They all came in like excited, ready to go in an hour. So, you know, that's what I mean. We're better today than we were yesterday. You know, we just had a call an hour before this, and it was providing opportunities to developers to make an impact on Solana and to get compensated for doing so. So I'll start at the top, but really it's the bottom. Our builders program, which André teaches and Leo has taught, our builders program is our entry point, but it's definitely not the entry point for someone brand new. Okay. It is a bottom of the funnel program. And I know a handful of y'all also have done the Ryzen Bridge to Turbine, which really prepped you for that. So if you're not quite ready for us, take a look at what Ryzen does. They have something called the Bridge to Turbine, which Lucas is going to teach and Leo has taught. Hopefully everyone's seeing a theme here. And, you know, it's a 2-week program that really gives you a 2-week foundation to be able to come to our program and at least be ready to start. And frankly, the people that have come through that program have been some of our best performers over the last couple of cohorts. The Builders program is focused on TypeScript and Anchor. Okay, Anchor is a Rust-based DSL. Don't be scared of Rust. Seriously, the hardest thing about Rust is that people are scared of it. Okay, that's the hardest thing. Get over the, oh my gosh, it's Rust. Get over it. You need about 15 to 18% of the 630-page Rust book to actually write Anchor programs. Okay, so don't let that be the, I don't know Rust, so I can't do it. Get yourself some Rust stuff. The nice thing about Rust is it hasn't changed much in the last couple of years, so you can watch some videos and look at some docs. But the Builders program is 5 weeks. We meet 3 times a week for 90 minutes a pop, and they're small groups, bigger than they used to be, but they're still a maximum of 30 or 40 people. And we have a teacher and at least one TA, and either Nate or I are in those rooms. Nate's my co-founder along with André and Dean. These are, we get rolling. These are not theoretical. This is, we give you work, we give you stuff to read and watch before you show up, and we jam. Give you a little idea. We're already working with, deep DeFi primitive contracts week 2. Week 2, we're working on vaults and escrows and AMM, depending on the speed of the program. During this time, you learn how to write Anchor, you learn how to build, you learn how to debug, you learn how to fix problems when your Mac OS updates overnight and you don't know why your XC run is not working the next day and everything's broken. You learn how to have perspective and come up with a series of steps when something's not working, rather than freaking out, losing your mind, and spending 12 hours on something. I know that firsthand. I've done it. You know how to get the answers fast, and you have a network of people that are right there with you that you can ask. And you have people that are experts in this area that you can ask. And we are all over the world. I mean, we hit like, I don't know how many time zones, but someone's invariably always online to be able to ask a question. Andre's over there going, yes, one of those is Jeff because he never sleeps. And I'm going to look right back at you and say, we smell our own. So here you go, Andre. Anyway, so the Builders program culminates with what we call a capstone project. This is a project that everybody builds in cohort on a unique idea that they have. Sometimes they work in teams and sometimes they don't. And, I know Bjorn and Janine did theirs together. I think, Lucas, you did like a prediction market, if I'm not mistaken. And Andre, way back when, did a Vinci World. And Leo's was, what is it called? Something book. What was it? Something book. I can't hear you guys. So
book chain, he said.
Book chain. Oh, I'm so sorry. The thing about Leo that I remember vividly is we hadn't even talked about the capstone yet. And he pinged me and he said, I already have my idea. So before we even did the capstone session in class, we had a Discord group of me, Leo, I think probably Richard, Dean, maybe one other person helping him get started because he already knew what he wanted to do. And this is the thing, folks. We know our people really well. I can tell stories about everybody that's ever come through our cohort, and they could probably tell stories about me. Don't believe any of it. None of it's true, whatever they say about me. But, we're close knit. And when things are hard, to have a community like that, it helps you get over the hard part. So, I encourage you, if that's how you're wired, definitely, give us a listen. And the other thing is this, Leo, how much programming did you know when you started? 0. Okay. So you can be successful with no programming experience. Now, not everybody is Leo. Not everybody is as handsome as he is, or smart and charming, or, has that great little accent. And very few people that I've ever met work as hard and can really hammer down on what they're thinking. But it's doable. Okay. So always, man. So, the builders program, we just had demo day on Monday of this week. We had 34 projects present. These are not increment encounters and checkers games and just mint an NFT. These are real projects that win hackathons, that go mainnet and are successful. Some people build these projects to build something for the program, which is fine. Some build them with an eye towards being a founder, which is great. And some people find their work partners that they're still working with a year later just by getting mashed together because they have the same idea. And suddenly they're collaborating from two ends of the world because they come together, they have some common ground. Hey, we both love Solana. We both chose to be here and we both have this same idea. That's a much stronger than foundation than a lot of teams have when they start working together. So good things come out of this. Our top graduates from this builders program then have one of two paths. Okay. Actually, one of three. Sometimes people just say, I want to keep working and try to raise and build and try to go mainnet. And we support them. I mean, we still work with Banger, which won the consumer track and is on mainnet doing well. We still work with Rollo. I mean, we still interact with him, weekly, if not daily, sometimes, depending on the day. Right, Andre? But anyway, so we support that. But the two paths that we offer is we have, I'm sorry, I'm like, maybe I needed the slides, Bjorn. I'm babbling here. Okay, we're good. We have two advanced programs right now. We have an advanced SVM program and an advanced native program. These are for people that are really good and want to continue to get deep. This is not just comprised of Turbine grads. We actually get people from across the ecosystem, working professionals that want to upskill in a specific area where nobody else is teaching this stuff but us. The anchor stuff, you can get the content other places. It's the experience that's very different. But the advanced stuff, you really can't get anywhere else because we're, in a lot of ways, creating it as we go, much to the stress of some people sometimes. But, you got to be like that. These are experimental PhD style courses where, the metaphor I use is it's like running through the woods in a race where you come out the other side and you don't know if you're going to be near the finish line or a mile away or a kilometer away from the finish line. And you have to be comfortable with that kind of process. The SVM program, we had our final class on Saturday. We have novel RPC solutions that no one's doing. We have novel database solutions that nobody's doing. We have novel ZK enabled payment channels that nobody's doing, because we give people an environment and a network to get in. We ask really hard questions. We encourage them to research and explore what's possible based on what exists. We show them how to do things. We tell them how to test things, and then we get out of their way. We're nearby if they need us, but we get out of their way. And that is an experience that, again, about a half to 2/3 of the people appreciate, and some people still need their hand held, and it doesn't work as well. The other program, the native program, is a far more structured program, using, new technologies, actually not new, but new to Solana, like Pinocchio, and using assembly, and using C, and using native ROS to build intensely performant Solana programs. This is, Dean and Andre do that, and they lead people to understand what does it mean to shave CUs, maintain security, and write performant code. So these are the two options. You can see they're two very different personas that would be interested in them. But interestingly, people do one, then they want to do the other. They want to continue to learn. And we'll have people back and learn with us until they have the job they want. And then they can still come back and work with us, depending on their bandwidth. In 2025, here's some alpha, because it's going to come out tomorrow publicly. We will be offering, starting in January, a front-end engineering program, which is more full-stack oriented, okay? It's not design and CSS and all that stuff. It's more about hooking it all up. The SVM program and this front end program emerged from us looking at the ecosystem and having a unique lens on it and saying what's needed. These are things that are needed. And if it's needed, we can make an impact. And if we make an impact, we get people jobs. And if people get jobs, more people come in. And it's a flywheel. That's our flywheel. Identify gaps, get people together that are interested, work really hard to solve them, help those people get jobs. Word spreads that this is what we do. More people come. That's our flywheel. And it's a pretty cool flywheel. And then, so that front end program is going to be announced tomorrow, and applications going to open up tomorrow. And then, if you've heard about Poseidon, which is the framework that we built that allows people to use TypeScript to write Solana programs that compile to Anchor, that program will start end of January, beginning of February. Those applications will also be opening up soon. That is a more nascent project, and a lot of that is going to be creating libraries, creating content. It's going to be less about building projects and shipping them to DevNet, because I don't know that Poseidon is there yet. But that's, the Poseidon program is going to eventually become that as well. So that's a lot of information. Guess what? That is a quarter of what we do. It's only a quarter of what we do. It's the biggest quarter. It's the busiest quarter, but we also place our graduates in jobs. Okay. High touch, concierge. And to date, everybody that we've placed in a job has remained in his or her job. We have a clause in our agreement with the teams that we work with that will replace somebody. We haven't, in 2024, touching wood, we haven't had to execute that clause, because we know our people. We take the time to learn what clients need, and we make good matches. We also have a dev shop where people that don't have the dev resources want to hire us to build features, build projects, and most notably to port projects from other ecosystems to Solana. We build those for them. Okay, that's a pretty good service that we offer. And we have a good reputation in that realm. And then the last part is something that's a little bit newer, but it's catching fire very quickly, is our research arm. You may not be technical, but you love research. Research is a major weakness of the entire industry. And, anytime someone tells me that Ethereum does something better than Solana, I use the F word and say no. And say we're gonna catch up and pass that. And that's really what we're doing with the research program. A lot of great stuff's already come out of our research program. If you haven't seen Solana, how it works, get it. You'll understand how Solana works no matter what your technical capacity is right now. We have a research cohort where we're teaching people foundations of actual research writing and skills. And we're producing really high quality research products already. And we have teams coming to us to hire us, really strong teams to do research for them. And we also are going to hire people out from that program to get jobs. So you see the theme of how we operate. And I'm going to, wrap it with this. If you love this space, it's good to think about making money. I'm not going to deny that. It's good to think that way. But the way to do that is to build relationships and look for a way to make an impact, being who you are. My sisters think I'm crazy. When I mentioned I had health issues, I'm a cancer survivor. I am 2 weeks away from 5 years in remission, which is a big deal. I've got my last scan in 2 weeks, which is scary AF. But, my sisters think I'm crazy that I work the way I do. It's because I love it. Because I found a place where I can be myself, for better or worse. And there's a worse side. Don't laugh, some of you. But for better or worse, I can be myself every day and feel like I'm doing something meaningful. And yeah, I get paid to do it. So, seek that opportunity. Leo, André, Lucas, Bjorn, Janine. If you don't want to take my word for it and get the insight of people that have not only been, people in our cohorts, but also have gone through a long pipeline and are now working for us in Andre's case, or working with us, not for us. I mean, Andre's my boss half the time. And yeah, Nate's my boss the other half the time, just so you guys know. But that's my scoop. I'm happy to take any questions anybody has.
Wow, this was a lot. Thank you so much for this. Yeah, I mean, for me, also many new things. Amazing with the Poseidon program. Congratulations. And also for the front end, I think is a very, very needed program for sure. I would maybe start with the first questions, because the beginner course is basically the anchor course. But now out of that, you come with the front end course, and with maybe even a Poseidon course. How does it fit in the lens of the courses? Will it still be the beginner course, or do you say there is multiple ways based on the programming languages you know?
Yeah, I mean, right now, I still think the best way to come in, like if you're looking at Q1 as I want to get in, the best way to do that is do the bridge program and apply, because Poseidon's not going to happen before this cohort. Okay, so right now, bridge program, then apply, or if you already have some chops with TypeScript and have hacked around and watched a couple of Solana videos and done some of that, you may not need it. I would definitely talk to one of the people in the room and say, this is what I've done. What do you think? And get some guidance from them, because they've got, y'all have intimacy with how we do things and what we do. It's much more important to come with effort and to show up every day than it is to, evaluate your language skill. Poseidon is, I suspect, at least the first cohort is going to be TypeScript maxis that want to help build out libraries. The thing about Poseidon is the purpose is not to train TypeScript developers to write Solana programs. The purpose is to Rust pill TypeScript developers into writing Rust-based programs. We just feel like it's a really nice intermediate step for people that might be, Rust reticent. But it may become more than that. I don't know right now, but that's the intent. The idea is there's 13 million, JavaScript developers on the planet. Let's try to get 1 million of them playing with Poseidon and see what happens. It may or may not. From a technical standpoint, there's a lot of valid questions about using something like JavaScript for smart contracts that hold money. The front end engineering is niche. I think the people that have already done some front end and know Anchor a bit will be most successful, but that's a glaring gap. The number of times that people that we have built projects for in our dev shop have won in front end work after they told us, oh, we can handle it. We've done front end on Ethereum. Apples to oranges. I mean, not even apples to oranges. It's like apples to steak. And so we see this gap and we say, well, we're going to do training on this because people need it. One of the interesting things to mention also is we are, and I know it's not relevant to this current audience, but we are designing a bridge program in Chinese. And the idea there, just for the people to understand the method to the madness, this bridge in Chinese is going to, we're then going to have people come and do our main program, already having the main vocabulary exposure and getting a lot of the same content early on to kind of remove that language barrier. So, I mean, one of the things, we want to do all the things I said, but we also want to remove barriers to entry, whether they're real or in people's minds, to getting into this space if they have the interest.
Amazing. Thanks so much. Guys, do you have questions in the audience? Look like you have one.
Maybe one about rather than.
Yeah, sure. Let me give you the big microphone. You can ask the question. And then maybe just because it's
The problem is we have the audio from the MacBook.
That's
Hello,
cool.
Jeff.
What's up?
Yeah, no, I have one question that is related to the commitment when it comes to the different programs, like, for example, the front-end one that you are launching, especially in terms of timing, like would one person be able to still, maintain his own job while, doing the programs, or is rather like, university type, like, you are really have to put the full-time commitment or so?
Yeah, I would consider each of our programs, maybe not the builders program. I think it depends on your background, but I would consider each of our programs to be akin to like a 3-credit college program, like one class in college. Like you show up 4.5 hours a week and you have 15 hours of work outside of class a week. We always say about 20 hours is the commitment for each course. Now, it's not 20 hours every week. Some people, if you know a lot of TypeScript, the TypeScript week's going to be easier. So it will be less time. But when it comes to actually building your project, you're putting in as much time as you feel like you can and want to. And most people that are really motivated, they put in more time, but they also find that time in their schedule. The way our builders program works, we offer 2 different time zones to accommodate different schedules. At least to start, the other ones are just one, but we try to take into consideration global interest. But really, on average, 3 times a week meeting live remote for 90 minutes, and then whatever it takes you outside of class to get the rest of it done.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Are there more questions? Thank you. Okay. Well, I think that's been it, which in my opinion means that you had many, many good answers already in your presentation. Jeff, we all love you. Thank you so much for being with us today. It was amazing. I learned also a lot, even though I know already so much about you guys. Thanks so much for taking the time. We really appreciate it. And yeah, I wish you an amazing day, rest of the day, because you obviously just started.
Yeah. And congratulations on yet another great program and what you're doing there in Super Team Germany. The vibe, like I said, is palpable outside your walls there. So great job. Enjoy the rest of the time, folks. And if you have any questions, ask any of our folks that are over there. Bjorn, thanks, my friend. Always a pleasure. And we'll see you guys soon.
Thank you so much, Jeff. Bye.
Bye, y'all.
Yeah.